This meeting of the Milwaukee Board of School Directors will please come to order. Will the secretary please call the roll?
Director Garcia.
Present.
Director Gokul Gandhi has asked to be excused. Director Jackson.
Present.
Director Leonard.
Present.
Director O'Halloran has asked to be excused. Director Seamson.
Present.
Director Zomber.
Present.
And President Herndon.
Present.
That's 6 members present.
The chair will now ask the secretary to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. The chair invites any members of the audience who wish to participate to do so, and asks that those who do not wish to participate please remain silent during the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We acknowledge that Milwaukee lies on traditional Menominee, Potawatomi, and Ho-Chunk homeland along the southwest shores of Lake Michigan, part of North America's largest system of freshwater lakes. On this site, the Milwaukee, Menominee, and Kinnickinnick rivers meet, and the people of Wisconsin's Menominee, Ojibwa, Ho-Chunk, Oneida, and Mohegan sovereign nations remain present to this day. This meeting is being conducted in person from the Central Services Building. In order to allow as much public access and participation as possible, this meeting is also being broadcast on WYMS Radio 88.9 FM and via live stream on the MPS website and on the MPS YouTube stream, the links to which may be found on the MPS website on the broadcast page. We will now have a short announcement regarding interpretation services for the Spanish-speaking members of our audience.
Buenas tardes y bienvenidos a la Junta Escolar de las Escuelas Públicas de Milwaukee. Si desea escuchar esta reunión en español, por favor llame al 312-626-6799. Nuevamente, 312-626-6799 e introduzca el número de reunión 608-130-5362. Nuevamente, el número de reunión es 608-130-5362. Gracias.
Thank you. Before we get started, I want to thank everyone who is here tonight. We are aware that many of you have taken a great deal of interest in the letter that was sent by the Department of Public Instruction, and we appreciate that many of you want to give comments tonight. The board is bound by open meetings laws that prohibit us from modifying our public notice, which stated that we would not be given the public hearing tonight. However, the board is taking this matter very seriously, and we want to hear from the public. Therefore, I have called for a special meeting in order to have a public hearing on this matter. The special meeting will be held Monday, June 3rd, here in the Central Services Auditorium, starting at 5:30. More information can be found on the meetings, agendas, and minutes page of the MPS website. The board will also accept written comments which may be sent through the Office of Board Governance. Again, in compliance with open meetings law, there will be no public comment taken tonight.
Madam President, just to add some clarity to that, the official public notice will be posted on the meeting's agendas and minutes page tonight.
Thank you. Before we move to our agenda, the chair will ask that we share in a moment of silence to commemorate the passing of the following members of the MPS community. John Quan Williams, a building service helper at Hamilton High School. Leroy Jackson, a teacher at Roosevelt Middle School. Rosie Coleman, a retired general education assistant. Marvin Fleck, a retired teacher from Hampton School. Deborah Hoyt, a retired teacher. Jane Johnston, a retired teacher from Zablocki School. Charles Jones, a retired school engineer from Jackson Elementary. Martin Morgan, a retired assistant principal from Marshall High School. Leola Rush, a retired teacher. James Sylvester, a retired teacher from Lord Barbie Montessori. Larice Williams, a retired paraprofessional. Jeremiah Jester, a student from James Madison Academic Campus. If we could have a moment of silence, please. Thank you. Just as a reminder, Robert's Rules of Order dictate that all comments, questions, or requests should be directed to the chair, who will determine the most efficient way to address them. Please be respectful of the democratic process adhered to by the board. For the safety of all and to ensure the good order of the meeting, harassment or intimidation tactics of any kind will not be tolerated. Anyone persisting in disrupting this process will be asked to leave or will be escorted from the meeting and not allowed to return. Anyone ejected from the meeting may continue to listen to the meeting or access the agenda items online. Also, no one other than members of the board, designated staff, and those who have been invited to present or participate in items of business will be allowed on stage before, during, or after meetings of the board and its committees. Finally, for our listening audience, if you wish to access the evening's agenda items and attachments online, you may do so by visiting the Meetings, Agendas, and Minutes page on the MPS website and choosing Online Agendas. Now let us begin. Madam Secretary, what is our first item of business?
The first item of business is the presentation of the 2024 MPS valedictorians and salutatorians.
Will the president please give your presentation?
President Herndon, members of the board. President Herndon, is that better? President Herndon? Thank you. So now let me do it officially. President Herndon, directors of the board, members in the audience, I am Nunciata Portis Buck, Liberal Arts Manager in the Office of Academics, and it is truly an honor tonight that we sit here, but they are standing in other places. If there are members that are the valedictorians and salutatorians, please stand as I call your name. For those that are at home, know that we applaud and appreciate you. But this evening, we are honoring the salutatorians, the valedictorians, and all of our honorees in each of our high schools for the 2024 graduating class for Milwaukee Public Schools. We're truly proud of them. We acknowledge that they have not only excelled, but they've gone far and beyond to be the next presidents of the board, directors of the board, educators, lawyers, directors, musicians, Scientologists, paleontologists, biologists, accountants, all of the things that will move our city, that will move our nation forward. So we thank you, Superintendent Posey, for allowing us to have the opportunity to present to all the impressive academic accomplishments of the following students. I will ask that everyone hold their applause until the last salutatorian is called. This year's first valedictorian, the Alliance School of Milwaukee, Miss Aliana Garcia Rodriguez. Salutatorian, Davion Boyden. Asada High School, Latia Moss, Keon White. Audubon Technology and Communication High School, Paul Maynard, valedictorian. Elias Moreno, salutatorian. Bayview High School, valedictorian Jorge Cortez Jr., salutatorian Alyssa Bond. Lynn and Harry Bradley Technology and Trade School, valedictorian Montserrat Rojas Gamboa, salutatorian Natalie Abgald Perez. Carmen Middle High School of Science and Technology Northwest Campus, DeMariah Campbell, salutatorian Rocco Wynn. Carmen High School of Science and Technology South Campus, valedictorian Hanaya Macio Nuno, salutatorian Gabriela Bercea Martinez. Carmen Middle High School of Science and Technology Southeast Campus, valedictorian Melanie Roa, salutatorian So Ray and Belinda Cruz Luciano. Grandview High School, valedictorian Nicole Dwarth Gonzalez, salutatorian Annabella Toma. Green Tree Preparatory Academy, valedictorian Anaya Janae, salutatorian Kimaya Terry. James E. Groppe High School, Michelle Tolliver, valedictorian. Memphis Warren, salutatorian. Alexander Hamilton High School, valedictorian Alexandria Schrott, salutatorian Kaylee DeLuna. Hmong Peace Academy, Hmong American Peace Academy, valedictorian Jordan Jong, salutatorian Ganao Yang. American Hmong Peace Academy, valedictorian Kalia Vane. Rufus King International High School, valedictorians Maple Seapluck, Mieta Didier, Estala Manasia, Wolfgang Theo, Elliot Tutti Blaze, Henry Wolt, Benjamin Wozniak, Riley Zabel, Lad Lake Milwaukee Synergy, valedictorian Aliana Fox, salutatorian Emmanuel Torres II. Edward McDowell Montessori School, valedictorian Anna Hefferman, salutatorian Sophia Ruffin. James Madison Academic Campus, Amy Lee, valedictorian. Babluk Pa, salutatorian. Golda Meir School, Julia E. Barant, valedictorian. Lane Rogers, salutatorian. Milwaukee High School of the Arts, Ava Ash Schwabe, valedictorian. Natasha Perez, salutatorian. Milwaukee School of Languages, Rachel Pollock, valedictorian. James Gagne, salutatorian. Milwaukee Marshall High School, Campbell Shibu, valedictorian. Dante Brown, salutatorian. North Division High School, Breon Brown, valedictorian. Kamari Lee, salutatorian. Nova High School, Kayvon Roby, valedictorian. Shania Sykes, salutatorian. Barack Obama of Career and Technical Education, Shariah Harvey, valedictorian. Zazaria Rogers, salutatorian. Project Stay High School, Savannah Travis, valedictorian. Venetia Cox, salutatorian. My apologies. Project Stay, High School, Savannah Travis valedictorian, and Venetia Cox salutatorian. Kashmir Pulaski High School, Nipa Demu valedictorian, Hell Blue salutatorian. Ronald Wilson Reagan College Preparatory High School valedictorians. Sama Ali Wasita, Grace Collins, Noah Deenan, Brandon Gorton, Haley Jones, Daniel Navid, Zion Owu Yeboah, Una Roberts, Langdon Vang, Lucille Wozniak. Riverside University High School, Erhela Lalaso, valedictorian, Hawa Abdi salutatorian. South Division High School, Kasir T. Twa, valedictorian, Raha Ibrahim salutatorian. Transition High School, Jakaila Weston valedictorian, Nevea Rios salutatorian. Harold S. Vincent School of Agricultural Sciences, Mariana Carnero Hahn valedictorian, Angelina Kyleman salutatorian. Washington High School of Information Technology, Jessica Brown valedictorian, Jada Reyes salutatorian. Wisconsin got to the last one. Wisconsin Conservatory of Lifelong Learning, Tanija Martin, valedictorian, and Falestine Miwikal, salutatorian. Again, President Herndon, we are proud to present to you the 2024 class of the valedictorians and salutatorians for Milwaukee Public Schools.
Let's give them a hand. Thank you, and congratulations to all of our 2024 high school graduates. Are there members that wish to make comments? Director Jackson.
Congratulations to the students for the hard work and the dedication, as well as to their parents who've been able to support them. So this is, we'll say, a collective effort, but hats off to the students for able to finish, to get to the finish line.
Anyone else? Director Leonard.
Just when you go to the graduations and you get a chance to actually hear them speak, to be honest, they're so much better than most of the adults that are actually doing public speaking. So I just want to give them hats off to how hard they work at things and how expertly they were handle themselves at those graduations. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Thank you very much, and again, congratulations to our graduates. Madam Secretary, the next item is action on the minutes of the April 2024 special and regular meetings of the Milwaukee Board of School Directors. If there are no additions or corrections, the minutes will be approved by consensus.
I have that noted, Madam President.
Okay. Madam Secretary, are there any reports or communications from the city or the county?
Madam President, we have one communication from the City Comptroller. That is action on a request from the City Comptroller for adoption of a resolution authorizing the sale of revenue anticipation notes, RANs. The recommendation is that the board approve the resolution to authorize the issuance of revenue anticipation notes as presented in the attachment to this item.
Does the administration have any comments?
President Herndon and members of the board, at this time we have Finance Department will come forward and kind of give some updates. Martha?
President Herndon, members of the board, Martha Kreitzman, Chief Financial Officer. We have Joshua Benson here from the city.
Excuse me, please. We will enforce the rules of order for this meeting. And objectors, offenders will be removed. Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Joshua Benson from the city is here to talk to us about the revenue anticipation notes.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board. Joshua Benson, Capital Finance Manager, City of Milwaukee. This resolution provides the authority for the city to borrow revenue anticipation notes on behalf of MPS in the event that there is a liquidity need. So if we need extra money to make payroll, to pay teachers, before receiving state aids or other types of revenue taxes, this would provide the authority for the city to do that borrowing on your behalf, and then you would repay the borrowing as it becomes due.
Thank you. Does the board wish to make any comments on this item? Director Jackson?
Yeah, why would we need extra funds?
Thank you, Milwaukee Foundation.
Excuse me. Security, please be on notice. We have to get through this meeting tonight, and offenders will be removed. I will not remind you again.
Due to
Go
the
go ahead,
timing-
please.
Pardon me, due to the timing of receipts versus when expenditures need to be paid, sometimes there's a mismatch. So receipts aren't made, or receipts aren't, they don't come into the city on MPS's behalf on an equal basis throughout the year. So the state will make large payments in, say, November for state aid payments, but payroll has to be made every 2 weeks. So there's a difference between when the bills are due and when their money is made. And so sometimes, this hasn't been required in the past several years due to ARPA requirements, so this is just in case it's needed.
Thank you. Are there any more? Director Simpson?
I move approval of the attached resolution.
Security, due to the signs, I cannot identify the specific offenders. If you can, please be prepared to remove them.
I move approval of the attached.
What is the pleasure of the Director Simpson?
Thank you. I move approval of the attached resolution to authorize the insurance of revenue anticipation notes as presented in this item.
Thank you. Director Zomber.
I second.
Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
On the motion by Director Simpson to adopt the attached resolution relative to the sale of revenue anticipation notes, Director Garcia.
Aye.
Director Jackson.
No.
Director Leonard.
Aye.
Director Simpson.
Aye.
Director Zombor.
Aye.
And President Herndon.
Aye. Madam
That's
Secretary.
5 ayes, 1 no. The motion passes.
Madam Secretary, are there any reports or communications from the superintendent?
Madam President, there is one communication from the superintendent. That is the monthly report with possible action of the superintendent of schools. This is an informational item, and although it was noticed for possible action, no action is required.
Will the superintendent please present the report?
Good evening, President Herndon and members of the board. Keith Fosley, Superintendent of Schools.
Security.
This month's report
Excuse me,
highlights
security,
eventful
please.
month for recognizing and of events of our
Will you
staff and
please
students.
remove the offenders?
Thank you, Ms. Buck, for recognizing the names of each of our valedictorians and salutatorians for the 2024 school year. This is the highest honor a student can achieve upon conclusion of their high school education. And congratulations to all of our 2024 graduates and their families for their hard work and support you put forth during this journey. We wish you all much success as you move forward into your next journey. May also recognizes the Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. And on May 10th of this month, nearly 390 students from 20 Milwaukee public schools came together to perform in Cantos de las Americas. This was truly an outstanding display of talent and commitment by our students and as they performed songs and dance. This was a performance well done. Also, this year's annual STEM fair was spectacular, with students projected filling the third floor ballroom of the Barrett Center. Students shared their knowledge as they explained the principles behind their projects with judges and other fair participants. I also would like to continue to support many academic and recreation opportunities that MPS offers for all ages and interest into the summer months. There is still time to register for these programs offered this summer. I cannot stress enough the importance of continued productive and safe engagement for our young people. In my attached report, you will find a link directed families to additional information and registration opportunities. If families have not already done so, I urge them to act now to receive selections of their choice. I close this evening's.
Superintendent
Yes.
Posley, I'm calling a recess at this moment for 5 minutes.
The next meeting, this room will be full, sister. That's right.
Madam President, we're back on the air.
She ain't nobody's sister in here. Don't give her that.
Go ahead.
That's a bridge too far.
Madam President, I believe the superintendent was ready to wrap up
That
his
is
report.
correct.
President Herndon and members of the board, that I close this evening by sharing my deepest appreciation for all our staff recognized this month as Schools Principals Day, School Nurses Day, Administrative Professionals Day, and Teacher Appreciation. A thank you to all of our staff. This concludes my comments, as well that you could see my report attached. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the board wish to make any comments?
He only wants workers, not
Address the community who have questions. What the hell is wrong with you people?
Excuse me, ma'am, the meeting is on Monday evening.
No.
And, okay, security, this meeting is going to be held, the lady in the blue shirt.
I'm not going nowhere.
Madam President, are you ready for the next
Yes.
item? Okay. The next item is from the reports and communications from the Board Clerk, Chief Officer, Office of Board Governance. There are 3 communications. The first is action on a request to retire to closed session to confer with legal counsel relative to litigation in which the board is or is likely to become involved. The recommendation is that the board retire to closed session to consider this item.
If there are no objections, we will defer this item to the end of the meeting. Madam Secretary, what is the next commission?
The next communication is consideration of and possible action on the employment, compensation, and performance evaluation data relative to the superintendent of schools. The recommendation is that the board retire to closed session for consideration of this item.
Do it in public. Do it in public. We have a right.
If there are no objection, we will defer this item to the end of the meeting.
Madam President, the third communication from the Office of Board Governance is the monthly report with possible action on legislative matters affecting MPS. This is an informational item, and although it has been noticed for possible action, no action is required. We have Mr. Thiel here to give that report.
Does the Office of Board Governance wish to make any comments?
President Herndon, members of the board, Chris Thiel, Office of Governmental Relations. Just a couple of updates that are included in the attachment of today's item. As we've been having a conversation over the months about state funding, and in particular funding for students with disabilities, I just wanted to acknowledge some of the work from Senator Chris Larson and his staff, who've put forward a piece of information illustrating that if students in public schools had the same level of support as students in private schools, that we would...
Excuse me, Mr. Thiel.
Yes.
Are we recessed again? Okay. A 10-minute recess, please. Okay,
We've been warning these
that's
people
good.
for the last probably 10 years that they decision making as far as
Accountability and efficiency? Is that what you said?
they're not gonna listen to him.
Where
no.
Chris Steele said,
He's the
we
connection
were
to all
gonna
the
go
gathering
bankrupt
he
as a
did.
district if we didn't right the ship in 2017.
Okay, go ahead, please.
He's been telling them, don't do it, don't do it.
President Herndon,
The night they approved the 25 million for the teachers grade, that they sat right there and said, y'all not wanna do it, and what y'all do? Y'all did it.
Despite what some people might tell you.
Y'all did it. Y'all took that money from the building services, and now our building's falling apart. Next time y'all brought it, next time y'all down by the
They trying to give us no number. They were trying to keep the meeting going like they always do.
How much money? How much money, President?
Gonna uphold Robert's rules of order, to silence the community, instead of giving us what we really need.
Madam President, are you ready for the report?
Yes, I
from
was
08?
waiting.
Okay.
President Herndon,
Madam President, it's important that we don't have dead air on the broadcast.
Go
President
ahead,
Herndon,
please.
Matt Chason, Office of Accountability and Efficiency. That report is before you. Regarding an update on the communication from DPI, whose seriousness cannot be overstated. It has shuttered the public's confidence in the oversight of the district's financial operations. That is unacceptable. This needs to be restored so that we have public trust in the stewardship of public dollars. As such, we are engaging and moving to retain an external financial professional with the expertise to assist in navigating the district's current challenges in financial reporting. In collaboration with the DPI and the district's external auditor, we will identify and remove any roadblocks that have led to this condition, and a corrective plan will be developed and implemented to satisfy any remaining concerns by DPI. Thank you.
Thank you. Do board members have any questions or comments on this item?
Absolutely, yes.
Director Jackson?
I asked her nicely too, but she didn't listen.
So for most who don't know, with this information, hear me out. Listen,
How much money, Marva?
the number,
And see, y'all
listen, the number, listen, Mr. Harris. I definitely appreciate all that you said. Trust and believe me when I say I hear more information from the public than I do administration. So I can appreciate that. So when we talk about transparency, I myself is in the dark about quite a bit. It's not that I don't want to know. So when I hear, listen, Mr. Harris. So when most say the board, it is not, because it's not by choice that we don't know. It is not. I can't speak for the rest, but for me, not at all. But in being a part of all of this, especially with DPI, I'm so appreciative of DPI informing us of where we are and where we stand right now. In no way, shape, or form should we be in this position and the board not know when I live in the community what I have to answer to. So for me, it's different, and I've said this before, it hit different for me. It hit different for me because I'm with the people amongst all the time. So I can't. So if you see me sitting here quiet, I'm just taking it in and wondering when something that somebody will say something besides myself. In addition to that, I know my time is here. I've always said that I'm a visitor in this space, purposely. I didn't go to school. I'm not a teacher. I'm not an educator. So I'm not here to ruffle feathers when I leave. And I don't want to put no person in position who is an employee here to suffer in my absence. So I don't have a self-serving agenda. I know my time is only 4 years. God willing, let it be that. But while I'm here, and as I said on my campaign trail, I'm all about accountability and transparency, and it hasn't been that. And I say it openly to anybody, it hasn't. It hasn't. So when it comes to certain information, I will say I don't know. And somebody said, Director Jackson, you shouldn't say that. It's the damn truth. I don't. So as much as I want to enlighten you and inform you about information, it's not given to me. And it hasn't been given to us. It hasn't. It hasn't. DPI, listen.
Listen, DPI has. So I give the utmost and respect to DPI on the information that they've been given to us and informing us about different things. And yes, Director Carr gave us information that led us to this point. She did. She very did so on a lot of different issues. But remember, I was the one asking about finance. I was the first to say no against the referendum. Let's be clear. So I come from a business background when we talk about money and it's not being clear and understood. I've said that. I want to know that. I'm vocal about that. Why? Because this is not personal. This is business. And I will continue to say this is a business institution before it's educational. But if we don't know the business part of this, none of this will exist. It will not exist. So it is very disheartening to know that we are in a deficit of, after receiving a referendum of $250 and now having a raise from the city, possible to pay payroll. No, we're in a horrible position right now financially. Horrible. And the board had no clue, and I hate that we wasn't given this information, but yet we were elected officials and we're beholden, or yet our superintendent is beholden to us. It's the other way around. So, understand, all of this is a process. This is a process in itself. Understand there's a process in itself that we unfortunately have to work out, and it does falls on the back of you. It does. That's not even a lie nor a secret. So I personally want to say I apologize for what's been going on because the transparency hasn't been clear. The transparency hasn't been clear. And if nothing else, thank you. As we move forward, I've said and I will continue to say, keep packing out this damn audience. We need it. And I say we do need it. I know for one, being elected, it is the people who elected me. It is the people who I have to answer to. On all levels. I honestly don't know or feel the reason why they need to be here because there's no threat in the building. I sit here, I'm just quiet and observing. I can accept all of this because it comes with it. I've been witness of it with Gwen Moore, how they attack her. I've seen it before on a larger scale, and this doesn't even come in comparison to that. On no level. On no level. So right now, I know it's frustration that's speaking right now. And all the stuff that we say about community, we cannot be for the community if we refuse to listen to them, regardless of what we say if we don't like it. I get ridiculed too. I listen to it. I take it. I'm a man. I'm supposed to. This shit is simple to me. And excuse my language, but it hurt for me to sit here as a black man, as a leader on this board, and I have to just watch it idly. No, I can't. I'm out here every day. I do what I can outside of this board, even in the business community. They not understanding why do we operate in the way that we do. I don't know. This is dysfunctional to me. I sit on several boards. Outside of this is very dysfunctional. This is chaotic. I've never seen this mess before. I never knew on this other side of winning that it would look like this. I didn't know it would look like this. I didn't know the fire that existed. I don't have a hose big enough to put it out.
Well, you were put in position for such a time as this.
Absolutely, and I will agree with you. But in doing this, this mess, I appreciate that. But to make this happen, we as a board have to work collectively together in our decision making. We do. We have to.
Jackson has been so very supportive for the healthy school, for lunches and breakfast. Y'all gotta care more about y'all jobs than just coming into the black community for money and jobs and prestige and status. Y'all gotta care about our kids.
We more than a photo of it.
Right now, the issue right now, the most pressing issue is dealing with the money. The most pressing issue is dealing with the money and dealing with finance. So that's the bottom line that we all worried about and needs to be addressed, and it will be. Please understand and know it's a process. That's all. It's a process. Nothing more. Because I'm not here to lie to you. I'm not here to gain nothing. I don't care about being liked. It's not about that. I fear no man. The only creator, that's all I worry about. My creator. But in doing this right here, it is about my integrity. I came a man in this space, and I'm gonna leave with my head up as a man in this space. So I don't care about having friends in this space. That's not why I entered this. I came here wanting to do right and needing to do right. And all of this, I hate that most are being ignored. I really do. Because I know what it feels like to be ignored. So, as a leader amongst this 8 on this board, in the absence of Director Carr, who was a in absence of Director Carr, who gave a lot, despite in spite of Dr. Mann not being here, who gave a lot. The mishaps with Gerard Randall, who gave a lot to this district for years, who also didn't know he did so much behind the scenes for us. To take away the trauma team, who does a lot, not just in 53206, but these are intricate people I know that I revere and respect, and I know that we need more of those people. So for me, I'm trying to do my best, not in to fill the gaps, but just to do my best to fill certain shoes. And in this instance, because we've been bombarded with so much mess. And the worst, and those who know me, I hate the words, I don't know. I hate them words. As an elected official, I hate even going to different offices or departments in this space, because guess what? We're not able to talk to you, the director. We're not able to say this, director. Why? Why? Why is there a fear or an apprehension to talk to us? When I come in for myself, I come in willing and wanting to help. Like I said, I'm a visitor. I don't know the culture beforehand, but clearly it's been something that's been nasty for quite some time. It's very toxic. I understand that now. I see the retaliatory nature firsthand. I hear about it. I get the phone calls. So I'm wondering, like, where is it coming from? And please know, the salary we receive for this is not worth the headache. It's not. I'm just being honest. It's not. This is part-time but full-time work. Full-time work. And police, please, you can sit back and relax for right now. Police, just relax, please. Relax. Police, relax. This is not that. Police, y'all can relax right now. Please relax. Nothing about this. This is nothing about this. It's about to get violent in any manner. People just voicing how they feel. It's frustration. Nothing more. Nothing more. You can sit back and relax like you were before. Please. Just relax. It's not going there. We will finish our meeting. I'm asking. Can we allow us to finish our meeting? Allow us to finish our meeting. Allow us to finish our meeting. Not at all. Nobody. Absolutely. So, if we can, I'm asking, if we can, let us finish our meeting. Let us finish our meeting. Yes. Yes, they are. I'm said, yes. 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 Look, just look. Look behind you. Look behind you. Okay, all right. So let us finish our meeting. Mr. Harris, can we finish? I appreciate it. And let that be the day for all of this. Absolutely. Monday at 5:30 right here.
Madam President, if there were no other comments on this item, the next item would be the reports of the independent hearing officers of the Milwaukee.
I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
Sorry.
Director Zomber.
Thank you, Chair Herndon. And thank you, Director Jackson, for your comments. I just want to say thank you to the Office of Accountability and Efficiency for taking swift and decisive action to help us get answers. I agree with Director Jackson's comments about it's very difficult to say I don't know, and I think the work you're doing is going to help us get some answers. So thank you very much.
Okay. With that, Madam Secretary, which item was that at this point?
That was the finishing up the report of the Office of Accountability and Efficiency. If there are no other comments on that item, I can call the next item.
Mr. Chasen, did you have any more to add? Okay, with that, the next item, Madam Secretary.
The next item is the reports of the independent hearing officers of the Milwaukee Board of School Directors. The student expulsions.
The chair will entertain a motion to accept, modify, or reject the reports of the independent hearing officers of the dates and times listed in our agenda. Will the secretary please call the roll?
Madam President, we need a motion made and seconded.
Director Simpson.
I move approval of the item.
We need a second.
We couldn't hear what was the motion.
The motion was on accepting the reports of the independent hearing officers.
Where's the report?
The report is online.
Why can't we're here today to hear about the report? The numbers. You don't have an expert to tell us about the report that's proposed?
So,
The report is public
For the-
record.
for the,
If we
Madam
can
President,
get
the
a
reports
process.
are attached, and it is a violation of federal law to discuss student-specific matters in a public meeting.
Thank you. Did we have a second on that?
Madam President?
Oh, Director Zomber.
second.
Will the secretary please call the roll?
On the motion by Director Simpson to accept the reports of the independent hearing officers, Director Garcia.
Aye.
Director Jackson.
Aye.
Director Leonard.
Aye.
Director Simpson.
Aye.
Director Zombor.
Aye.
And President Herndon.
Aye.
That's 6 ayes, the motion passes.
We will now have the reports of the standing committees. Since public hearing was given at the committee meetings, the board, as is customary, will not be given public hearing on these reports this evening. Madam Secretary, what is the first report?
The first report is that of the Committee on Accountability, Finance, and Personnel. One item, item 1, has been set aside at the request of Director Herndon.
Thank you. Are there any more reports to set aside? Not seeing any. Madam Secretary, what is the next report?
The next report is that of the Committee on Student Achievement and School Innovation. No items of this report have been set aside for separate consideration.
Do any members wish any items to be set aside? Seeing none. Madam Secretary, what is the next report?
The next report is that of the Committee on Strategic Planning and Budget. Item 3, consideration of and possible action on the 2024-25 Superintendent's proposed budget has been set aside for final action on the budgetary items.
Do any board members wish any items to be set aside? Seeing none. May I have a motion on the balance of the committee reports? Director Simpson.
I
move approval of the balance of the committee reports.
Second?
Second.
Thank you. It was seconded by Director Garcia.
So noted.
Please call the roll.
On the motion by Director Simpson to approve the balance of the committee's reports, Director Garcia.
Aye.
Director Jackson.
Aye.
Director Leonard.
Aye.
Director Simpson.
Aye.
Director Zombor.
Aye.
And President Herndon.
Aye.
That's 6 ayes, the motion passes.
Thank you very much. What is the next item?
We are on to the items that were set aside. The first item is from the report of the Committee on Accountability, Finance, and Personnel. The item set aside was item 1. That is the action on monthly personnel matters, action on classified personnel transactions, action on certificated appointments, action on leaves of absence, report on certificated resignations and classified retirements, and the affirmative action report. The item has been set aside at the request of Director Herndon.
Thank you. In order to vote on that, I have to recuse myself. I'll pass the gavel to Director Jackson.
So noted.
So the motion on the floor to approve?
Yes.
We would need a motion made and seconded to take action on the item.
I move to approve.
Director Simpson, excuse me.
Okay, I'll second that.
If you're at your call, Mr. Chair, I can call the roll.
Yes, please.
On the motion by Director Garcia to approve the committee's recommendation relative to this item, Director Garcia.
Aye.
Director Jackson.
Aye.
Director Leonard.
Aye.
Director Simpson.
Aye.
Director Zombor.
Aye.
And President Herndon has recused herself. That's 5 ayes, 1 recusal. The motion passes.
Thank you very much. With that, I have the gavel back, Madam Secretary.
Thank you. The
What
next
is-
item set aside is from the report of the Committee on Strategic Planning and Budget. Item 3, consideration of and possible action on the 2024-25 Superintendent's proposed budget. The recommendation is that the Board, 1, approve the committee's recommendations relative to the budget amendments as described in Attachment 7, and 2, adopt the proposed FY25 budget, including the attached resolutions for the school operations, construction, and extension funds as presented in Attachment 8. Madam President, due to the nature of the recommendation, it would be prudent to first consider the recommendations on the budget amendments and then consider a motion on the adoption of the budget resolutions.
Very well. What is the pleasure of the board with respect to the budget amendments?
So I'm going to ask to be recognized, Madam President. On the amendments, I would like to move that Amendment 2 be modified to include restoring a grief specialist using the vacancy adjustment. If someone would second my motion, I would like to speak to this intent.
Director Garcia.
Second.
Thank you.
Okay, so basically, and this is, we had a significant amount of individuals, including many students, that gave testimony regarding the effectiveness of that bereavement specialist and that position in our school system. That type of program that's involved in our building would give us a continuous process of having someone working with grief and trauma in our buildings across the district, really. We could use a lot more, but this is for one position. And the basic fact of it is it could go through the summer months. We want to make sure that we have some kind of coverage. Just because the school year ends doesn't mean that we don't have other things that happen in our district. The benefits offered by this needed service would be a benefit to the whole district, and the tools taught to students and staff will extend as a lifelong skill towards mental health, generating proactive responses, which are needed in our communities. So I'm asking that we put that position into our fiscal year budget, 24-25, sorry.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on this item? Director Simpson?
Director Leonard, thank you for adding that. I support that addition. If you could just explain the position to me, just so everybody is clear on what that role would be. Like, is it a facilitator, or is it someone working directly with our children? If you could just elaborate a bit, please.
So it directly works with our children. From the testimony we received, this person in this position did a lot of direct work with counseling. They are qualified at a level that's extremely high, and I've had the opportunity to speak to so many of those students. So it's unusually effective. I have to say that, and I cannot imagine not having that qualified person that has the degrees and the expertise to work with our students and be that effective. So we need that position in our district. We talk about the severe needs in our community with regards to mental health issues and trauma and all the other things, but we need the best people up front doing that with our students, and that's why I'm really pushing for this position.
Director Zumber.
Thank you, Chair Herndon. So are you suggesting that we add a new position that's like a grief support position? Or are you suggesting that we restore one of the trauma specialists that also did grief support?
I think that's the better way to look at it, to restore that it's a grief position, and we're looking at a bereavement department in essence with regards to trauma, but yeah, it's really putting that person back in to the process, yes.
Any responses in addition? Director Simpson?
Sorry, and again, just to be clear, I support it. I just want some clarity. So right, we have this individual right now, but moving forward, is that position?
It's the position, the reason the position is important is eventually we're hoping that we'll have more trained people at that
Right.
level. So the concept is to make that grow from there. Not necessarily grow as in number of people per se. I don't know how many we need for that, but we do need the expertise to make sure that it becomes inculturated into our system, that we know that we have this at MPS. This is something that's highly effective, and we can always use this. So it's a position, though. I can't advocate for a person, because
Right.
then that means when that person retires, we're back to square one and we don't have the same process in place.
So like a grief specialist within the trauma team?
Correct,
Perfect.
exactly.
Thank you.
I can't say the term, I can't think of what his term is called. He has a ologist term, and I can't think of what that's actually called.
Thank you. Are there any more comments? Is there
Madam-
administration? Go ahead, please.
President Herndon, members of the board, Travis Pinter, Senior Director of Specialized Services. I just wanted to come out and provide some general context to help you with this decision because I'm hearing a little bit about the position. So we currently have psychologists and social workers, all of whom are trained in grief counseling. So that's one way to look at this. They have received, over ESSER, they received some very specific training in different modalities to do that work. And so we have a lot of folks in schools doing that from those two roles. We have we also have the trauma positions we talked about. Those are the ones at the board that you have reinstated, 3 of those. So for point of clarity, when you're making this decision, we'd want to know if there's no current position of a grief counselor, so the difference between starting a new position and having to figure that out versus maybe creating an opening in one of those other roles is, I think, what's being discussed. I just want to provide that clarity.
Director Jackson.
Yeah, if I'm creation of a new role, I forgot the gentleman's name. If you can, Director Leonard, because he's been in the district for 20 years, and he sat here in the audience giving us his list of
what he's been doing, the 600 lives he's been able to touch, especially in the black community in 53206 zip code. So I don't think ESSER training can provide that type of experience of the person that he's talking about.
It was Chris Garreau. I know who he is.
So it was specialized training with this particular gentleman, and we can actually talk to him together. But I don't think there's no person who sat here and who gave that testimony about his job being taken away or removed that can give to that and have provided services to the community that he was serving for X amount of years.
Yeah.
So it's not creating a new role. It's reinstating, honestly, his role.
Madam President,
Yes.
members, it's important to know that through the budget process, you can only amend the budget to restore positions, eliminate positions. You know, you cannot use the budget process to assign a specific person to a role.
Yeah, so it wasn't him per se, but just that level of experience. That's what I was talking about.
Is there any more discussion on this item from administration? Director Leonard? Director Jackson?
No, I'm good.
Director Simpson?
I'll move approval of the, you already did that?
Okay.
You want it? Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, instead, Mr. Chasen has some information he'd like to add.
Thank you, President Herndon. Matt Chasen, Office of Accountability and Efficiency. A path forward here that would be consistent with previous practice regarding budget items is the board could direct the administration through this budget process to develop and bring forward a job description, which would be that of a grease counselor. You can provide the budget authority for that position tonight and direct the administration to bring back a job description for your approval at a later date. That would be consistent with previous action by this board.
Okay. Does either
Yeah,
of you
I'm
wish
okay.
to do that?
Yes, that's,
You will do it?
yes.
Okay.
Madam President, you have a motion made and seconded on the floor to modify the amendment to restore a grief specialist. Either a substitute motion would need to be offered, or the maker of the motion would need to withdraw that motion and make a new motion. Either way, it works.
Okay, so if I withdraw the motion, we will then do a new motion right now, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I'm willing to withdraw that motion, yeah.
Motion?
And then-
So with that, yes, to.
Go ahead, please.
What's the word again, Matt?
So you can direct the administration to create a grief counseling position in the
Yes.
budget and to bring back at a date certain or date uncertain a job description for the board's approval.
Gotcha. So to restore the position, and we are directing administration to amend this budget and creating this position, which will be, Director Leonard, what date will satisfy you?
Well, can't we do this pretty quickly? I mean, it's just, can we just set it for next week during the,
So
Monday's an open.
members, if I can clarify, Monday's meeting is a public hearing only.
Yeah.
Perhaps the administration could speak to how much time they would need to put together a job description.
No problem.
Administration.
Madam Chair, members of the board, we could turn that job description around when needed. It's just the idea that some work that has to be done on that. But the idea, if that is approved, we still can go forward. It doesn't hold up anything as far as with the job description. The job description does not have to be published, and usually it's published in the next month's board cycle.
Okay, so we've had the, go ahead.
We have a motion by Director Jackson. It requires a second.
Second.
Second by Director Simpson, right?
Garcia.
Oh, Director Garcia. Okay. Is there any discussion? If not, Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
On the motion by Director Jackson to direct the administration to create a grief counselor position to bring a job description back to the board for approval relative to the grief counselor position. Director Garcia.
Aye.
Director Jackson.
Aye.
Director Leonard.
Aye.
Director Simpson.
Aye.
Director Zombor.
Aye.
And President Herndon.
Aye.
That's 6 ayes, the motion passes.
Madam Secretary, would you please read the resolution on the budget?
Madam President, the amendments 1 through 6 still require action. If board members do not wish to make modifications to individual amendments, you could take one motion. You have recommendations from the committee relative to all those amendments, so it could be a motion to approve the committee's recommendations unless there are members that wish to do something different with a specific amendment.
Okay. Director Garcia.
I move to approve the recommendation.
A second would be needed. Director Simpson.
I'll second that.
Madam President, shall I call the roll?
Yes, please.
On the motion by Director Garcia to approve the committee's recommendations relative to amendments 1 through 6. Director Garcia.
Aye.
Director Jackson.
Aye for amendments, yes.
Director Leonard.
Aye.
Director Simpson.
Aye.
Director Zombor.
Aye.
And President Herndon.
Aye.
That's 6 ayes, the motion passes.
Madam Secretary, are there any items of regular business?
Madam President, we still need action on the approval of the budget and the budget resolution. If you'd like, I can read the budget resolution into the record.
Please do so.
On the School Operations Fund, resolved that pursuant to the provisions of Section 119.46 Wisconsin statutes relating to the School Operations Fund, the Board of School Directors hereby advises the Common Council that an amount of $1,226,795,571 will be required for the operation of Milwaukee Public Schools for the repair and keeping in order of school buildings and equipment and the making of material improvements to school property during the 2025 fiscal year. In addition, pursuant to action taken by the Board of School Directors at its regular meeting of September 22, 2011, the Board of School Directors is required to advise the Common Council that $1,226,795,571 will be required for the operations of the Milwaukee Public Schools, and that a total amount to be determined thereof is to be raised by a tax levy on all real and personal property in the city of Milwaukee, subject to taxation, for Milwaukee Public School purposes in 2025, pursuant to the provisions of Section 65.07, Parent 1, Parent E, Wisconsin statutes, said amount to be raised by tax levy being in addition of the money to be received from state aids, shared taxes, and from other miscellaneous sources. On the Construction Fund, resolved that pursuant to the provisions of Section 119.48 Wisconsin statutes, the Board of School Directors hereby advises the Common Council that the amount of $19,100,000 will be required for the 2025 fiscal year construction fund budget purposes, and that it is to provide, in accordance with Section 65.07, Parent 1, Parent F, Wisconsin statutes, $15 million by a tax levy on all real and personal property in the city of Milwaukee, subject to taxation for Milwaukee Public School purposes in 2025, said amount to be in addition to the money received from other miscellaneous sources. On the Extension Fund, resolved that pursuant to the provisions of Section 119.47 Wisconsin statutes relating to the Extension Fund, the Board of School Directors hereby advises the Common Council that the amount of $37,629,856 will be required for the maintenance of playgrounds, recreation centers, and similar activities during the 2025 fiscal year, and that $29,870,928 thereof is to be raised by a tax levy on all real and personal property in the city of Milwaukee, subject to taxation for Milwaukee Public Schools purposes in 2025, pursuant to the provisions of Section 6507, Parent 1, Parent G, Wisconsin statutes, said amount being required in addition to other miscellaneous sources.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, are there any more reports?
Madam Chair, you need action to adopt the resolution and the proposed fiscal year 2025 budget.
I have a question, Board Clerk.
Director Jackson.
With that 2011 board and making that decision, did they just push the buck down the road? Because it's
No, Madam President, Director Jackson, that was action that the board took to, taxpayers get an insert with their tax bill that shows all of the different taxing entities and how much money they're levying. And our board took action in 2011 to require a statement in there that speaks to the Milwaukee Parental Choice Program, so that taxpayers can be advised how much money is funneled through MPS for choice schools.
Any more questions?
No, I'm clear.
Okay.
Wait. Hang on.
Oh, Director Leonard.
Okay, so the elephant's in the room. I'm a little bit, and this really was probably for Matt Chasen more than anyone else. But with all of this convoluted situation that we're in right now, and we're talking about this budget, I am feel unsure of where we're going to go, depending on the results with the DPI and everything else. Doing this budget is like, where's the assurance that we have for this? Because, and also, how long does it take? I mean, this is like, to me, always an initial step, because we really don't confirm this budget till October, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, so I'm less concerned today, but we'll know for sure in October, way before October. Okay, but that's, so I guess I'm looking for both that assurance for me personally and to the public audience that this is how the process works.
President Herndon, Matt Chasen, Office of Accountability and Efficiency. So statutorily, you are required to produce a budget and approve one before the end of June. You will have until in October, when the final state aids are realized by the state. That will be when you certify your actual final adopted budget for the fiscal year. So this is proposed only. The amounts will true up in October, and you'll ideally approve a final budget at that time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So with that, Madam Secretary, do we have, we need a motion to approve the first item, which is the recommendations relative to budget amendments?
Madam President, the budget amendments have already been dispensed with, so now you're looking at action on the proposed FY25 budget and the budget resolution. As a reminder, approval of the construction fund requires a 2/3 affirmative vote.
Okay.
So it may be prudent to have one motion relative to the operations and extension fund, a second motion on the construction fund, and a third motion on the overall budget.
Okay, so you'd like to do them separately?
That would be the prudent way to go about it.
Okay. All right, we'll start with the extension fund. Could I have a motion?
It would be a motion relative to the operations fund and the extension fund.
Yes, but you said
The
operations.
construction fund would be motion number 2.
Okay, and operations was number 3.
The overall budget would be
Okay.
number 3.
Okay. So the school operations extension fund, we need a motion on that? Go ahead, Director Simpson.
I move approval of the Operations and Extension Fund, or proposed fund for the FY25 school year.
Could we have a second? Director Somber.
Second.
Thank you. Madam Secretary,
On the motion by Director Simpson to approve the resolution relative to the school operations and extension funds. Director Garcia.
Aye.
Director Jackson.
No.
Director Leonard.
Aye.
Director Simpson.
Aye.
Director Zombor.
Aye.
And President Herndon.
aye.
That's 5 ayes, 1 no. The motion passes.
Madam Secretary, could I have a motion, please, on the school operations construction fund? Director Simpson?
I move approval of the construction fund for the FY25 school year.
Okay.
He just told you
Director-
you didn't have to do it, but you're gonna force more
Second.
Posley's failure down the community.
I couldn't hear you.
Second.
Okay, that's been moved in second.
On the motion by Director Seamson to approve the resolution relative to the construction fund, Director Garcia. Director Jackson.
No.
Director Leonard.
Aye.
Director Seamson.
Aye.
Director Zombor.
Aye.
And President Herndon.
Aye.
That's 5 ayes and 1 no. This motion requires an affirmative vote of 2/3 of the board's membership, so this motion fails.
Okay. So without a 2/3 vote, it fails.
Madam President, you are now in line for action on the proposed FY25 budget.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
You are now in line for action on the FY25 proposed budget.
Right. So at this point, I need a motion to pass the fiscal year 25 budget.
No more Mosley! No more Mosley!
He said not to do it. You got time. Why are you rushing?
Okay. So,
Hold it.
nobody is willing to do that? And it fails. Director Jackson?
Yes. So, this proposal right here, we can table this. Direct, if we can, you can explain.
If the administration could explain that there's statutory deadlines, just so the board members are clear.
Just sort of,
Could we get cooperation so that we can hear? Could we hear, please, with the questions
okay,
and
let us-
answers?
hold on.
Mosley's gonna lie. Take the legal advice, not the liar.
Y'all took all that time to get heard.
Did you want to say something?
But y'all want to move this one fast. That doesn't make sense.
Administration.
President Herndon, members of the board, Martha Kreitzman, Chief Financial Officer. The budget would need to be transmitted by the end of June. So you have till the end of June to make a decision on the budget. And then in October.
This is very critical information if you would allow us to hear it, because the laws require us to do certain things and do certain submissions at certain times. So that's important for everybody to know. Please allow us to hear this. Thank you. Could you repeat what you were trying to say, because the audience and some of us didn't hear it well?
President Herndon, members of the board, Martha Kreitzman, Chief Financial Officer. We have till the end of June to complete this budget work, so if you want to wait, that's up to you.
Madam President,
Okay.
given that information, then to Director Jackson's question, a motion could be made to hold this item.
Okay. Director Garcia.
I'd like to move a motion to hold the item.
Okay. Director Jackson?
A second.
Director Jackson seconded. Madam Secretary.
On the motion by Director Garcia to hold action on the FY25 proposed budget, Director Garcia.
Aye.
Director Jackson.
Aye.
Director Leonard.
Aye.
Director Seamson.
Aye.
Director Zombor.
Aye.
And President Herndon.
Aye.
That's 6 ayes, the motion passes.
No more Mosley! No more Franklin!
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Okay, Madam Secretary, would you please, let's see, where are we?
You are in line for the items of regular business. There are 2 items of regular business, Madam President. The first is the reports of the board's delegates. The first report is that of the board's delegate to the District Advisory Council. That delegate is Director Leonard.
Thank you, thank you. So, we did not have a PACE meeting last month, but I have been working with the DAC. We are in the process of developing a different type of agenda with regards to the PACE meetings. We definitely want the DAC more involved, and I need to bring this to the forefront. We're not ready to present anything yet, but we most definitely want to do more empowerment with our parents. They feel that the DAC is sort of a non-factor, and we're losing members, and I am determined not to let that happen. So I won't go into details yet. That's not necessary, but just so you're aware of it, that in the next month, we will be presenting something to the board with regards to the DAC and their ideas, okay?
Madam President, if you'd like to move on to the next delegate report, that is the report of the board's delegate to the library board. That delegate is Director Seamson.
That report is before you. If you have any questions, please reach out.
Would you like to make any additional remarks?
No, just the
Okay.
report is before you.
What is the next report?
The next delegate report is that of the board's delegate to the Head Start Policy Council. That delegate is also Director Seamson.
And
Go
that-
ahead, please.
And that report is before you as well.
Okay. Any other delegates have a report at this time? Okay, seeing none. Madam Secretary, what is the next item of regular business?
The next item of regular business is the report of the President of the Milwaukee Board of School Directors.
You have that report. I'm available to answer any questions anyone may have. Madam Secretary, is there any unfinished business before the board?
Madam Secretary, there is one item of unfinished business, that is designation of the board's representative to the library board. At the April 2024 organizational meeting, President Herndon elected not to serve as the board's representative to the library board. Pursuant to board rule, the designation of the delegate to the library board has been held as unfinished business and is currently before you.
Okay, what is the pleasure of the board with respect to the designation of our delegate to the library board? Director Simpson.
I'm happy to continue serving as that delegate unless there is another member of the board who would like to step in.
Seeing none, Madam Secretary.
You will need a motion to designate Director Simpson. Made and seconded?
Director Zomber.
I move that we designate Director Seamson as the board's representative to the library board.
Second.
Second.
Director Garcia. Please call the roll.
On the motion by Director Zomber to designate Director Seamson as the delegate to the library board, Director Garcia.
Aye.
Director Jackson.
Aye.
Director Leonard.
Aye.
Director Seamson.
Aye.
Director Zombor.
Aye.
And President Herndon.
Aye.
That's 6 ayes, the motion passes.
Madam Secretary, are there any items of new business for referral to committee?
Madam President, we have no items of new business.
Madam Secretary, are there any communications for referral to any other additional committees?
There are no communications for referral, Madam President.
Madam Secretary, are there any resolutions for referral?
We have one resolution for referral, Madam President. That is Resolution 2425R-4 by Director Leonard on communications to the board.
This will be referred to the Committee on Legislation, Rules, and Policies. Madam Secretary, what are the items that have been deferred?
Madam Chair, there are 2 items that were deferred. Both items are from the reports and communications from the board clerk. Item 1 is action on a request to retire to closed session to confer with legal counsel relative to litigation in which the board is or is likely to become involved. And 2, consideration of and possible action on the employment, compensation, and performance evaluation data relative to the superintendent of schools. Both items are recommended for consideration in closed session.
Thank you. Since both items were recommended for discussion in closed session, for the sake of efficiency, I will accept a motion to retire to closed session pursuant to Wisconsin statutes 19.85, paren 1, paren C, 19.85, paren 1, paren F, through paren G. May I have that motion, please? Director Garcia,
Move to retire to closed session.
second. Director Simpson.
I second that motion.
Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
On the motion by Director Garcia to retire to closed session pursuant to Wisconsin statutes 19.85, parent 1, parent C, parent F, and parent G, to consider the two referenced items. Director Garcia.
Aye.
Director Jackson.
Aye.
Director Leonard.
Aye.
Director Simpson.
Aye.
Director Zombor.
Aye.
And President Herndon.
Aye.
That's 6 ayes. The motion passes.
Okay, the board will now retire to closed session. The board may return to open session to take action on matters discussed in closed session, or the board may adjourn from closed session. Madam Secretary, please note the time.
So noted.